Oh, it's fucking Monday. Oh, it's Monday today. Oh. Huh? That's not right. Try again. That's not the correct embed, you fucking dumb bitch. Whatever. What? Actually, do that. All right. Let's see what we can do. Oh, fuck. I haven't set it to headphones. There. All right. What the fuck is this? I hate Unity because it does stuff like this. This is a database. I don't think there's a single thing in here that uses anything other than just vector and color. And that's it. Why has it added some bullshit? Like, I hate that Unity does that. And I don't actually know how to turn it off. Tools. Options. Text editor. C#. IntelliSense. Disable add. Doesn't exist. You're a fucking liar. You're a liar. Tools option text editor. Advanced. It's turned off. Add missing using directives on paste. So what is this? What is this bullshit? Like what even is this? Port? What the fuck are you doing? I don't think there's anything in UI. I think there's nothing in rendering. Why are these things here? Insane. Here too, why is it added link and shit? I mean, I think I added some of that myself. At some point. But the other one there, definitely not. JetBrains annotations. What the fuck? I have never used anything JetBrains at all. I don't have any extensions or anything. It's just like... That's why it's so insane. What's happening? System.reflections. What the fuck is that? I mean, it doesn't really matter that it's there, but it's just like... Why? We're not threading in the database, bro. And these are still safe. Nope, there's a reflection. Unity Editor Internal. Oops. System link. System link expressions. Unity engine graphics buffer in the status effect. Like there isn't even... What are you talking about? Huh? So stupid. So there's apparently something called a target or member in the graphics buffer, and it's saying that it might have targeted that at some point. That's so retarded. Alright, well, whatever. Let's see. What are we doing? I'm trying to create the new combat thing. And it kind of works now, except that it doesn't. We need to rework how the combat sequence works. I also need to figure out how to make this not count as an object that's inside of a building. Okay, so what needs to happen now is that we have a dual sequence, dual, handle dual scene. So the dual transition now needs to work a little different. So I don't know how many, I think I have already dual rework. One outgoing. Yeah, I think there are no changes, but sure, whatever. Let's push it. So we're gonna move away from moving the characters like they're sliding. We're not doing that anymore. We're instead gonna fade them out, teleport them, and then fade them in again. And then fade them out and then teleport them back. I want another list here. Dual scene. Other list. Let's remove all the comments here. Duplicate and comment. Right, so we're still gonna do the same thing. We're gonna have a dual scene lerp index, I imagine. And this is where we have to change things. Here, the position modifier is being set to I'm just thinking mathematically. How do you do it? How do you reverse it? Like, plus doesn't make any sense. I'm just trying to make it so that it will go from when it's at 0, it's at 0. and then it goes up to 1 and then down to 0 again at another value. And here it would be if I iterate from 0 to 2, we'll go from 1 to 2, right? Or from 0 to -1 to 0. But I was just thinking if there was a way to go to 1 in 1, but I don't think so. Not without it being unnecessarily complicated when I can just count to 2 instead. But I was just thinking, how the hell do we reverse this? You can just do that. I don't know if there's a better way to do it. I'm not that good with these things here. Graphs. I can figure it out with some effort, but when we did this in school, I was not doing the math. I was not participating. Second grade equations or whatever. So, that being said, reverse else. So we don't need it to reverse. We just need it to continue. So we want to do this. And then we want to say if dual scene lerp index is greater than 1 and dual transition stage equals 1, then we'll say lerp index is 1, dual transition stage equals 2. And then we'll say else if dual scene lerp index is greater than 2f and dual transition stage equals 3. Then we'll say dual scene lerp index equals... In fact, I think we should set it to 0f there. And dual transition stage equals 0. And then lerp dual... What does init dual scene do? Okay. Init dual scene. Lerp dim init dual scene base. Sets the stage to 0 or to 1. So 1 is where it's initiated. So 0 means off. All right. Okay, there, we're back. And then we do this. Handle dual scene. Being done here. Reverse. So here we're gonna say if dual transition stage equals 2, then we're gonna return. And then this here, this needs to change. We need to say if dual transition stage equals 2, because it gets set to 2 here, right? Oh shit, actually it's not that easy. The lerp index needs to be 2. And then the lerp index is set to 0 again. Because what we need to do is that every time we move the characters, we have to do this. Right. So then here we need to say if dual transition stage equals 2. No, that's too late. Perfect. We need to teleport at 1. So that's what we need to do. All right. I think this should happen after. And we will be doing some of this stuff here. Gonna change though. We're gonna have to say like this instead. No, the other way around. I think. If dual transition stage equals 1, that's where we start, right? If dual scene lerp index is greater than or equal to 1f, then we're gonna set it to 1f. And then in here, we're gonna change position. But this needs to change too, because this is what I use to slide them around. And we no longer need a lerp target, we now just need a target. Which is fine that it's that. The question is just basically, I just find it kind of dirty and nasty to simply say that the combat happens at like a certain Z level. And then just, in order to facilitate that, we just leave the combat... Or we leave like, I don't know how many tiles, maybe 10 tiles or something at the top of the world as free space for the objects to engage in combat. I find it to be kind of weird. And I'm thinking if I should have a separate little tile world that we can move them into. That's, you know, you have the tile matrix, which is the world, and then you have like a combat matrix, which is like a separate little world where you can put them in. And then, but the issue with that is that in the shader, I might have to create a function to fetch which matrix to read from. Which I guess would be okay. And I find that a better solution than having to have some kind of like design rule for maps and stuff. Like that's just kind of ass. But we can start with that and then change it to be something else later. So I don't know if I really feel like coding something like that in right now. Like, how do the tiles even exist at the moment? I think it's just a buffer, which is actually incorrect, by the way. I do need to change how the buffers work. But I don't want to do that now. It works fine for now. But basically right now, everything is a dynamic buffer, which means that it exists both in CPU and GPU memory. Which means that every time we read from it, there has to be like a transaction between the GPU and the CPU, which makes it like 4 times as slow or something. Like, it's insane how much slower it is. So the way it should work is that we should upload the world via another buffer, and then we should assign that to a static buffer that only exists on the GPU. And then we read from that. And then in order to change that later, we then load that, or I think it's called a constant buffer. But the reason I don't want to deal with it right now is because I don't know if I have to write, like, what is it called? Can't think of the word. Assigners, something. Allocator. That's the word. An allocator. But I don't think I really need an allocator. But I might, because the world right now is static, but it's meant to be capable of changing. But I don't think I would need an allocator. Not exactly, not a complicated one. I would need to be able to write data to another smaller buffer, and we then copy that to the static buffer, or to the constant buffer. I don't know what it's called. To update the changes. And that's for like drawing and stuff. Or for the level editor. That's the kind of stuff that we need the capability there. I don't know if I should just have, like, the world twice. I think that's stupid, probably. But there is a question of, like... how many changes can I add in, like, one go? Like, what if I use the fill tool to fill the entire world with a tile? How do I actually add that? Via another buffer? Do I have to do, like... send in a certain amount of data and then just do that in like a for loop until it's done? I guess that would work. Or do I destroy the buffer and create a new one on the fly and then assign everything through the new one? I feel like that would be heavy and shitty though. I don't think that would be good, but I don't know, maybe that would work. I don't know how bad of an idea it is to like release and make new buffers. Community buffer types. Mute buffer mode. Immutable. What am I using now? Is it dynamic or is it sub-updates? It's all immutable. Really? That doesn't make sense. That literally shouldn't work. What? How is that possible? How can that function? Only initial upload allowed by the CPU. Yeah? Compute shaders and other GPU operations are allowed to modify the contents of the buffer. Okay, so I can just do it. So they can't all be immutable because they're not actually immutable. They're only immutable to standard shaders, not to compute shaders. Because it's just like an array. We can just update the array here via compute. Okay. That's why it works. But this also means that I'm not capable of gaining any performance increases here. Oh, whatever. Either way, dual scene lerp index equals 1. I don't know if I want to do this here. Or do I? I'm gonna need a boolean, I think. Or more faces. We're setting the dual scene lerp index to 1. And then we're going to set dual scene position modifier. And we're taking a vector 3 this should just be combat module dual lerp target. Let's only use that. There. And here we're gonna say override sorting layer. This shouldn't be done here. So dual transition stage equals 1. Dual transition stages. 0 equals off. 1 equals fade out. 2 equals move object and fade in. No. 2 equals move object. 3 equals fade in. 4 equals combat. 5 equals 5 to 5, 6, 5 to 7 equals 1 to 3. I don't know if I'm... I feel like we should just be setting an override here. And the override should be set to... LOT sorting layer.combat object. Same thing here. What else? You will see in I think we can do this again. Else if dual transition stage equals two and dual scene lerp index is greater than or equal to 2. Then we're gonna say dual scene lerp index equals 0f. Dual transition stage equals 3. This is a little bit wrong. I mean, it isn't wrong, but it is wrong. So, if dual transition is 1, then we set it to 2, and then we teleport. Yeah, so I think 2 is actually one too many. Fade out and teleport. And move. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Repeat 1 to 2. Let's do it like that. And then here, if we're in 2, this gets set to 0 and transition stage equals 3, which is combat. And then we're gonna say else if dual transition stage equals 4. And dual scene lerp index is greater than or equal to 1f. And we're gonna redo all of this, except this is now null. Null. And the dual scene position modifier is now set to 0. Rather, it's a vector 3, so it's a vector 3.0. And then this is set to 5. And then else if dual transition stage equals 5 and dual scene lerp index is greater than 2, then dual scene lerp index equals 0. Dual transition stage equals 0. And then this is 3. Otherwise, here now, we do that. And this one is reverse, we delete that. There. That should probably work. But then we also need to, like this one, this should be just fine. And what we have to do then is we have to fix this. Do a dual scene base. This is where we set the where they are supposed to end up. And I'm not really sure where that should be. But I think it should be just in the middle of the screen. So, like, I'm not sure. What was I even talking about? Because right now they're just lerping to like the position in between both targets, right? But I do feel like the camera should show something. Like it should move over to something. Like if a unit is doing something, I would say it should go to the unit. Because there are two, I think I would say there are two options. There is an option, actually it can be a little bit more advanced, alright? Like we can check that the distance isn't too massive between two units, and then we go in the middle of the two units with the camera. That way you have both on the screen and you can show what's happening. But if a target, if a unit is like shooting a bow or something and it's really far away, like full screen away, then you can't do that. And at that point, I think you should just show the unit. Because what you can do is you can go to the unit and then you can go to the target and then do the combat scene. And that can work, but I feel like it can be kind of annoying. Like, I'm not a huge fan of when that happens, but it also does actually show what's happening. The reason I don't like it is because it's extra slow and it just has the camera ping pong all over the place and it feels kind of bad. We're just flying, whoa, 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 you know. And the camera would have to fly quite fast. Otherwise it would be too slow. So I'm not sure. But for now I think we should target the unit only. But I'm not sure where that's happening. Dual scene base. Dual transition stage. I feel like certain teas become cold faster than others. It has been an hour though. Time flies. I'll be right back. So let's just make it the middle of the screen. Midpoint equals camera position. I mean, I did this just earlier. Where was it? Get center of camera position. Okay, that's I was gonna do that. But we have that already. Get center of camera position. Vector 3 int, floor to int. Which actually is kind of stupid. Why is it floor to int when you actually want to trunk to int? Why do they not have a conversion to vector 3 that is trunking? It's so stupid. Because you can't cast a vector 3 to a vector 3 int. So dumb. I mean, I guess it makes more sense. Within the Unity use case, within a 3D grid, it does make more sense as a coordinate where you want to floor it, because then it'll always move to the left, right? So sure. Either way, the camera is never going to be in a negative position anyway, so it doesn't matter. I don't know if I need to do much more. Yeah, we just comment out the midpoint there. And what else do we need to do? That's the init. In the init, we need to set combat background object dot set position no package. I'm sad. Yeah, I'm waiting for a package. I think it's gonna arrive on Monday. Then mm-hmm. And then we're doing handle dual scene. And then down here, we have to say dot opacity equals. No, there's a combat. Isn't there? Dual. I thought there was a combat opacity. Render. There's combat dim. Object combat alpha. Fade to combat. Yeah. That's not the one. I mean, it was the one I'm looking for, but this is used to fade like non-combat objects out if combat starts in an area, like civilians and stuff. So where do we have opacity? It's here. Opacity times object alpha. Should I just use opacity? I think maybe. And we say that opacity equals 1 minus mathf.pow dual scene lerp index. It's a terrible variable name. Minus dual scene lerp index. The power of 2. Right. X to the power of 2 minus 2x. Well, that's not correct. There needs to be 1 plus. Okay. That's correct. Now, how messed up do you think that's gonna be right now? Basically, like, infinity messed up. I don't even know why these buildings did this. And it's not even... Like, they're not set to the correct position, they're not reset correctly. Which isn't too odd. Dual scene transition stage. Let's see. This is action execution is 2 here. And then here we have a 3. So this should be like 5. Actually, it should probably be 0. So 3 is combat and 0 is end turn. The opacity doesn't work. The dual transition stage isn't set anywhere. So, dual end. Dual transition stage equals to 4. It works, kind of. The positions are all wrong. For whatever reason, I don't understand, but... I feel like this has always been bugged. Like, I don't understand certain things. Like, you come in and you start changing it, and then you look at it and you're like, this is literally just bugged. How has this worked at all? Because if this is set to 80, this means that the target point is always just 80. Like, the position of the targets should have varied wildly. Which is so weird. I don't feel like that really should have changed anything, though. Like, I don't really understand. I felt like the behavior was weird. Like, it worked at some point, and now it kind of doesn't. Now it works. But why didn't it work before? See, this is correct. Except that the opacity isn't being handled. Which I kind of don't understand. I'll be honest. Dual scene lerp index. So it's 1 plus this. Let's see what the values are saying. Because I feel like that should be correct. Like, if we look at the opacity values here, it goes from 0.7 to 2 point something. 0.75 to 3. You will see in lerp index. Should go from 0 to 2. So I'm doing the The dual scene lerp index needs to be ×2. My bad. But that means that it did go to, like, slight opacity. I did feel like I kind of noticed something, but I was spacing out a bit. Okay, so that does work. Now, the shadows don't give a fuck about opacity, apparently. But that's fine, like, it works for now. However, the issue with the shadows is that I do want the shadows to fall on the object. So let's see. Here, in here, we need to say combat background object dot opacity equals I feel like we have to set it here, rather. So here we have dual transition stage 1. That's when they're fading out. Then it goes to 2. That's when they're fading in. So if we say if dual transition stage equals 2, then opacity equals dual scene lerp index divided by 2. And then else if dual transition stage equals 4, then it's gonna be the same, I think. And in that case, we can just do this. Yeah, no. No, it shouldn't be minus or divided by. It should just be -1f. Because in the second phase, it's the lerp index goes from 1 to 2, So that's correct. And then in 4, we want to transition out. So this should be negative dual scene lerp index. No, it shouldn't. It should be 1 minus. I think. That does work. Now, however, we need to go to midpoint equals. And here it says center of camera. But we do need to set midpoint dot z equals world map size dot z minus 10 or something. But I'm not sure if when we're here, if that's going to cause an error. Because there might not be 10 here. It really depends on how it works here. What is the map size here? $25. Yeah, so that's only 15 up. Oh, I crashed Unity. Could maybe look into that sometime soon. So when I'm trying to turn off combat mode, it crashes Unity for some reason. Or it doesn't crash it, but it's in a eternal for loop. Or eternal while loop. Here. Set game mode exploration. And if we're in combat, we set exit combat mode. And this is where something becomes weird. Set combat. Set exit LOT combat phase dot transition from combat scene. And then combat phase update. If game mode equals combat. Yeah, this is where it's kind of wrong. This has to be or combat phase equals LOT combat phase a transition from combat scene. And then transition from. Then at the end here we can say exit combat mode, enter exploration mode. But so we don't have to do that there. We don't have to do that there. Is that good enough for it to work? No. There's something causing an infinite for loop. I should just... We should just breakpoint it. Bonk. So, this is where we want to break point. Exit combat mode. Now does that. Feat combat equals 1. And then we're entering exploration mode, which is doing a bunch of stuff here with colliders. Yeah, it's gonna go through the entire file matrix there. So here we're going through and we are disabling the soft windows. Combat teams, clear units. Huh? Player units crashes it? Why? There is a while loop here. While units.count is greater than 0. I think I understand. Let's try now. Because look, when I place this, this says true, 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 true. If I place this guy here, true, 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 true. And then we cancel. And then we start again. False, 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 false. False, false, false. But I can't put this here. So, how is it colliding? Okay. Onto this being in some list. Now it works. This is kind of bugged. That's okay. All right. It's not quite there yet, but it doesn't crash there at least anymore. We can turn off the combat mode. This is unit counter. Something like that. We don't actually need to do a... Actually, we do need to do a set position. Run position checks. Not sure. Because I think the position check might also recalculate its position for casting and receiving shadows. And that's also something we're gonna have to deal with. And that's also why I think that this should take place in its own separate space, so we don't have to deal with this stuff. Here, for example, this is supposed to be set to Z map size -5, which should be 20. So why is it colliding with the building? The building is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 or something tall. 12 with this. And the world is 25. So we should be at 20. So why are we intersecting this? Is it just not set correctly? Object list. Current position, Z. Okay, that's why. Fair enough. It was being set to the position in pixels. Yeah. Yeah, see, it doesn't really work. It needs to be done in a special manner. Because if I just increase the Z means that you go up in Y. And it also means that the units cast shadows, like in weird places. So it needs to be... special space, I think. I'm just thinking, because I think it's just annoying. I am just thinking about what I would need to make things work. I just really did not feel like creating a second like matrix to work in. But I think I have to. Compute tile data. So we need another one called compute combat tile data. And then we need another object data called compute combat object data. And I think we kind of need this too. Another buffer called compute combat shadow sources. We might need another light source as well. Well, we have 128 plus structured buffers apparently. So we're well within limits. I have like 10 or something. So that's not a problem. When the textures all count. All of these textures also count as buffers. But we're still well within limits. I'm not even remotely close to 128. Even 60, which was the limit for some other platform. Metal 31 to 64. I don't give a fuck, man. Yeah, we can definitely target DX11 as well. If we wanted to. Hello, Stefan. Depends on the question. I have no clue, dude. Think about it? No, I don't think I will. All right. It's just annoying because if I want to cast shadows, I have to do it in here because this is where I have all the shadow logic. Shadow loop. I wonder what it's called. Blend with shadow. Check shadow detail text. What is this? Light cast. Here we have shadow cast. And it has all of this shit here. Where do we find shadow? Check object collision. Collide with object. If traversal level 0. Blend with shadow. Dynamic shadow strength. Shadow interpolation mode. Here's the issue here. We check object collision equals true. Collided with object. It's here. 2718, I think. We're checking an A here. What is that? Just the alpha? Object collection text. Object right C shader. Object collection text is written here. Which shader is that? Why is this crashed? Object text right. This should actually take a float opacity. And this should be set to output dot a times equals opacity. And then object C shader. In every object in re-render, I think, we need to set, if current sprite does not equal null, object C shader dot opacity, no dot set float opacity to opacity. If it shouldn't be opacity times object alpha. Even. And then in here, here we are colliding with the object, right? If A is 1, if A is greater than 0, dangerous. A is greater than 0. But then I need to set a float shadow opacity. Shadow opacity equals blend with shadow. Input dynamic shadow strength. Floats don't use Fs. The shadow still works there. Still works there. Oh, it worked! The shadows now fade with the character opacity. That's nice. But we do need to... You see, here's the issue here. We're running a for loop here. And the for loop is fetching compute tile data here. How am I handling this in the other project? I feel like I'm not iterating through the world like it's a structured buffer, am I? Maybe I am. Maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know. Yeah, I am. We're just doing get voxel based on the map position, which fetches it from the buffer. You are supposed to flatten it.
enough. See, the idea is simple, but the implementation is insane. Because all I want is to just have like a separate rendering step that happens in a little like separate universe. But we have stuff like this, like the shadow position, map position. I'm gonna have to figure out all of the things I need to plug into it. But it might not be that bad, I don't know. But like here, he's fetching from the compute tile data. So just here, this would need to be a branch where it says if, you know, this, then we will access the compute tile data from, or the compute combat tile data instead of the compute tile data, right? Which I guess is fine. Like branching is so far beyond like any real concern that I have now, because this whole section is like for loop within a for loop already. And it's so nested that I have run into HLSL nesting limitations. I think it's either that or it has something to do with all the registers I'm using, because this is not good. And that's the thing. I actually can't really do what I want right now with the implementation I have, which sucks. I can't render it in front of everything else. And have it cast shadows, like, internally. So we can't actually cast shadows on the disk. The way this works right now is that I have 3 steps. I have the first step, which is just checking, like it's just looping through the tiles. And then when we find the tile, we then have to cast, we have to check light and shadows for that pixel. And then if that pixel is transparent, we then have to continue and do it again for the next pixel. And then they all blend together. And the light... I feel like I shouldn't do this now. I should do this like after we make like another update. I can start tinkering on this. But I need to figure out how I should approach it. But the issue is that right now all of the the light sources and everything, it uses like a bunch of complicated acceleration structures. I have areas for light and areas for shadow, and each area contains like a certain number, like how many shadow it's not necessarily shadow casting, but it kind of is, but it's like light blocking entities. In fact, am I doing it incorrectly? Why do I have a shadow step? The reason I have a shadow step is because I want to be able to color the world as shadow. Because it's not like traditional 3D, right? Because in 3D you would say that the world is a certain flat color, and then it gets lit by the sun. And if it doesn't get lit by the sun, then it's just like its default color. Or its ambient color, I think. Something like that. But here, the art is just like its default color normally. So it's like I'm not adding light. It's rather I'm adding or changing the light by like subtracting colors from it in order to change the light. And so the shadow, you know, that's why I end up having to But I feel like that's kind of wrong. I wonder if we can delete the entire shadow step. If we just turn it into a light step instead. And then we just say that if we don't find a light source, then there's like a default color that it gets subtracted to. Wouldn't that be smarter? Because right now, it's like I have 2 lights. One that creates shadow and one that creates light. But it's also because I'm not well, the thing is, I am always ray tracing to the sun, so it wouldn't change anything. because every shadow needs to ray trace to the sun to check for colliders. So if that's the case, then why isn't that just like the light? Like why do I have a shadow step? Yeah, I think that needs to change. Instead, each pixel just needs to cast rays towards all of the nearby lights. And then we need to create some kind of aggregate color where we end up. Because I don't... Like, what I really want to avoid is the issue that they have in Octopath, for example, where they do have light and bloom and stuff added to everything, but it blows out the colors. So I'm trying to make it be like light is like the removal of darkness rather than like the addition of light. So it kind of adds up to 1 at most, which is then the default color of the sprite. Let's add that to the current issues. Rework renderer. Remove shadow cast. Only use light cast. Check for shadows. Assuming that it works. But it should. Add new tile matrix for rendering combat mode outside of the world in order to render shadows and light correctly without interacting with the rest of the world. Because what I would like to be able to do is for the whatever backdrop we end up using for combat, to be able to catch both light and shadows from the units, so that any spell-like ability that you cast in melee, or even if there's like just a torch or something involved, that will actually fall on the characters and cast shadows and stuff like that. Oh, it's going okay. Yeah, I went to bed a little late, and I also turned the alarm off because I just wanted to sleep, and then I couldn't sleep, and then I like forced myself to just lay in bed. So I felt like all night I felt like it was like somewhere in between like actually dreaming and just being awake the whole night. But I still don't feel like super tired. I do feel kind of tired, but Yeah, it's going all right. I did manage to implement the stuff that I was trying to do. Yeah, I think we're done with PoE. It's just making me mad. We'll probably go back to programming. I don't know if I'll do it tonight. Not after sleeping so poorly, though. I might not stream tonight. We'll probably go back to programming. So this is what we implemented today. First, if you pay attention, the shadows in the background now fade and disappear. And then when the characters reappear, which is apparently up here now, the shadows again fade and reappear. And now they do reappear up here in the sky because it's, you know, it's a little buggy. And that's what I need to fix next, but that's gonna be super annoying. Because everything is done via ray marching, right? Which means that everything relies on a tile system in order to check things against each other. And this right now ends up here because I want it exists, this platform and everything, it exists in the world. And the problem with that is that it'll intersect with building tiles and stuff, which is really bad. So in reality, what I want it to do is to kind of exist separately. So it's something that you can render after the fact that you have rendered the world, and then have the ability to like cast shadows against the platform without those shadows like casting into the world. And for that, I think I need to just create like a separate tile matrix, separate to the current world tile matrix, where I can just import the characters and everything, and then we cast shadows and stuff in there. But that's not so easy, because the system isn't modular right now for something like that. And I don't know if you can actually pass... Well, I don't really need to pass references. Yeah, exactly. Like a little pocket dimension. It shouldn't really be that bad though, but... It's just that the entire system uses brick mapping. Like, it uses acceleration structures. I have areas where the area is like a certain amount of tiles, and it contains information like how many lights and how many objects are within that area for shadow and light casting. And those acceleration structures are the issue here. Because do I have to like do all of that just to cast shadows in this little separate space? And if not, then the shader needs a bunch of extra code to like branch and like not do that or do that. That's what sucks. It sucks.
So, I think we'll postpone that. Let's not think about it. What I do want to do is try to create more blood particles. And where do we do that? We need to do that in the action database. Then we go to triple stab. And on trigger, might have to break this out into multiple cases again. No, not necessarily. You can say, you can do switch stage case is less than 3, and then inside you can do a bunch of ifs, right? You can say if stage equals 1 here. Yeah. Or do another switch. I don't really care. I genuinely don't really think that switches are really in any way better than if like just if else. You don't save anything. Like I always like people come in and they're like, you should be using a switch instead, like all the time. But you don't even save any lines. You don't save anything. I don't know. I think it's just the same. It's just a different way of doing it. It's like you need to have the break after everything, and that's because they learned from hating Yandere Dev, but they don't know anything about coding. Surprising amount of cases where that is actually true. Like actually. The same thing with Pirate Soft coding. I talked with some friends who were like, when some other code came up, it was like, this is so bad, and I'm just like, why? And it's because they watched some YouTuber breakdown on like why Pirate Soft coding is bad, and it's like he used an integer equals 1 to represent a boolean instead of using a boolean, and I'm like, who cares? It doesn't matter. Like, oh no! He used up a few more bits. His thing now takes up 2 megabytes instead of, I don't know what, like 50 kilobytes. Like, oh, I don't care. It's just social minor stuff for the most part. Kind of funny. I watched that. Yeah. Yeah. I don't get a lot of comments on my videos, but sometimes I do, and it's usually just some bullshit where somebody comes in and complains about something, and every time it's just like, why is your editor window so small? And I'm like, who cares? Like, would it be better if I like optimized it like this a bit? Like, is this is that better? Or like the whole thing with like with the code being nested, it's like, yeah, it just doesn't matter. What are we talking about? But yeah, it doesn't happen that often. Coders are a special breed. I think it's a lot of people from US. They're taught to follow the rules and pass exams a lot. They're less practical and more academic. No offense, USA, if you're listening. I don't know if it's USA. I think it's just people who learned from school and just like exclusively have worked at like a company. Because those kind of things do matter more there. Like the guy who complained about the nesting, he was just using his real name, so I just googled him, and he was from like the Czech Republic or something. I don't know. People are special. They get caught up on things that matter in certain scenarios, but not in what you're doing. And some people are just weird. Like some people just are super obsessed about like optimizing things in ways that don't necessarily make things better, like the amount of clicks something takes to do or whatever. And then they sacrifice like all user experience in order to minimize the amount of clicks possible. Like it is what it is. I don't know. But yes. So what I was gonna do here, how do I spawn a blood particle? Inside of the combat module, we have bleed apply. And here we have an entire section about spawning a blood particle. This should where's the I'm setting an emitter. Here. Okay. This should be a function in the main controller or something. I'm not really sure where I want to handle spawning certain particles. Should the particle itself contain this, but as a static function? Spawn particle. This is a blood pool. This is an emitter data. What about the particle itself? So here we have a blood pool. Public static void. No. Let's just say void for now. Generate particle. Using system. Using Unity engine. Using system. Static variables. Main controller. Main controller. And then we need an LOT object source object. Where does blood color come from? Maybe. But then the question is, do I want to return this particle? I mean, it doesn't... I don't think it matters if I do. Let's see. Spawn particle. We're just running spawn particle in here. If color equals the same, then we spawn particle there. But spawn particle also doesn't return a particle, which it could, because it can just return null and it doesn't matter. Hello Breezy, how's it going? But then that means that the particle emitter database is going to be just do that. Then we can spawn and return particles. And we should say LOT particle equals that. Else, we are creating a particle emitter. And then we are telling it to spawn, which will then be particle equals, and then return particle. Not unassigned. And the reason I want to return them is because it's... I need to do a bunch of extra special calculations. Because the idea is that during the combat sequence, when you attack the enemy, there might be blood spray. And that blood spray is then going to fall on whatever ground surface we decide to like spawn under the characters. But because we're fighting from left to right always, that means that we always shoot particles like to the right or like in that direction. So I have to calculate where they are falling and then convert that based on the direction that the attack is like actually going, not visually where it's going. And then I have to, when we then fade away the combat segment and fade the characters in, I'm going to fade in all of the particles instead, or as well, in their new positions. And I also want to calculate them to see if I can make them fly up walls and stuff. Which will only show from the front, but it is what it is. Something I would like to look into is how hard it would be to convert the current rendering method from straightforward orthographic, orthogonal, to isometric. Because it's the same logic in reality, it's just... we just have to change how some rays, like the direction of some rays, I think. So I think isometric would be a lot harder. Because I think there would be a lot of complications with like large objects that exist within the 3D space, but they're actually 2D, and I think the rendering would be annoying. I'm thinking about completely separate things. So if we go back to the combat module, this is where we are doing the bleed apply thing. So if we instead comment this out and we say LOT particle database dot decals dot blood pool dot generate particle main controller, source is base object, and now so this should work, but we don't actually have any control of where the particle is ending up. So this should take a vector 3 int position. Then we go back here and we handle the random here. This is base object. Wait, huh? Base object. And then here we pass in a spawn position. Yeah. So this should work just as well, I think. And I think this is the way to go. Now, a static can't be an override, I think. So I guess we'll just have to have a generate particle in each thing. But does it need to be... I do think it needs to be static to access it. Like that. Because if we just try to access this, we have an equals and a reference equals. We can't access anything else. But I don't know what would happen. Like if I have a static here, and we then have a static here. Static public, use the new keyword. New, like that? Use new keyword if hiding was intended. Does it matter where the new goes? I don't think so. I mean, it says that that's correct, so hopefully that is correct. Let's see if it can generate the blood particle. That's the wrong program. There we go. It is correctly generating particles there. If you move the camera too close, they disappear because they're getting cold from the... I don't know if the near view plane is the correct thing there, but I think so. We have some particles there. So that means that we can now potentially spawn some particles. Yeah, I don't think we'll be streaming tonight. I don't have time. I have something else I have to do as well. Action database. So here, what I want to say is LOT particle database dot decals dot blood pool dot generate particle main controller user dot target list 0, and then we need a position, and that position is going to be user dot target list 0 dot position dot target. Oh no, this is dot target dot position test dot position, and we then have to say so that's a vector3 int. Then we'll say plus new vector3 int. Let's say 10 0 0. And then we have to say, because that's going to return a particle, right? Then we have to say LOT particle equals particle dot the particle. I wonder if the particle might need to contain a particle modifier or a position modifier. Either that, or we create some kind of temporary list here. It's like a tuple or something, like a list. Vector3 int LOT particle. Particle modified position list equals new list. And then we say list. No. Particle modified position list dot add. And then we need to add a tuple here, which is then going to be a particle and a modified position, which is going to be user.targetList 0.target.modified dual scene position modifier. I don't think this is how it should be handled. Exactly, like not here. But I do need something like this, because I would like to avoid storing another vector3 inside of the particle itself. Because that would mean that every single particle would have permanent another 96 bits attached to them. So if we can instead temporarily store a position modifier, so that we can spawn the particles at a certain position with a position modifier for combat, so that they end up in the correct place based on the target that they were generated off. And then when we transition back, as the characters are teleported back to their original positions, the particles are all modified into the state that they need to be in, compared to, like, from the combat phase to back to normal phase. And after they are modified and put where they should be, they can then be, like, released, kinda, and then they're just treated as normal particles that can't really be modified in that same manner anymore. But I do think we need a bit more complexity than this, because they're gonna need to have, like, a position as they're spawned, and then they're gonna have to need to have a target position that they're gonna end up at. And I actually think the modified position probably doesn't really matter, because once I transition to this other system of having, like, a separate pocket dimension where we do the combat segment, then I don't think you will really need to have a combat modifier. It's just going to be a new position now. And it just takes place somewhere else. That's not in the world. Fuck! Ugh. Add the ability to generate, or add the ability to generate particles during attacks. Already started on triple stab. Create a system to track combat particles in order to render them in the correct position in combat, and then calculate the correct new positions and where applicable, new sprites. And set the particles to their correct positions and delete excess. Because let's say that Let's say that two characters are facing each other like this. And she gets attacked. And we then generate some blood spray over here like this, maybe. Now, what if these two characters are standing like in the world? One is standing here and one is standing like over here, maybe. Then we would want to calculate based on the vector where these would end up. So we would put them over here somewhere instead. But then this over here might be a wall. Or let's say that this might be a wall over here. And then these might hit the wall on the left side. Well, in that case, we wouldn't put anything there because we can't see that side of the wall. So we would just delete those particles. And that's what I mean with that. But if it was like they would end up here, then we could put the blood spatter on the ground, and then we could put it up on the wall, like that. And I don't think that would even be difficult. It would just be like a function of how I'm already doing things. All we need to do is just do a ray march check in the direction and see where it's supposed to end up. Give it like a velocity and starting position. Say that it starts like up here or something. And has a certain amount of velocity. And then I would need to do that for a couple of particles and for each strike. I think that could be cool. And I'm putting a bit extra effort into this because the bleeding and the blood is like something that would be really integral. It's like the most common and most basic particle in combat and would be in every scenario. So something like that. And then we'd also have to put in more blood particles, because right now we only have 3 sizes. I could also add some with animations. There's also potential of actually animating it flying through the air. We'll see about that. Because we could do that and then generate pools on the ground based on that. Anyway, that's gonna be it for today. Did get some stuff done and working more or less, which is good. And I did figure out a lot of huge headaches that we are gonna have to deal with later. I think maybe we'll try tackling the rendering side of things. Because I do think that the shadow cast should be deleted entirely. And we should switch to a light-based method only. And I also need to fix the light, because I had a restriction on the light where I set them to only have like a certain maximum size for the light size. Because I wanted the light to be contained within one area, more or less. But I don't actually need to do that. The light can have any size. And we can then just say that any area that the light reaches just contains that light. It's that simple. So a larger light would be more costly. But you generally wouldn't have like huge lights. And it should generally be very little rendering anyway, because the game is rendered using Raymarcher, but in reality the Raymarching is actually instant. Because the world doesn't change, I can just store where the last, you know, where we last found a tile inside of a certain pixel. And then we can just start there next time we try to render. The only time that's not true is when we're rendering objects, but objects handle themselves differently anyway, so it doesn't matter. And if the tile changes, then I just update that position to be like, this hasn't been modified, or this hasn't been like stored where it should be, where we should render from. So that should be fine. And that being said, that's how you can tell that the shader actually needs a lot of work, because it's running at like 300, 400 FPS when it's literally not even Raymarching. It should be running at 1000 plus easily. So it's like turbo stalled because I'm using variables incorrectly for the shader. And there are too many loops within loops, but yeah. Oh, I'm gonna write that too. Remove shadow cast. Yeah, I've written that. All right. Well, like I said, I doubt we'll do any streaming tonight. If we do, it'll be super late. But yeah. Otherwise, tomorrow. Until next time. Thanks for hanging. Have a good day.